That's some good water. Hey, person who plays games, Dick Tango, Raw Chicken, Light Gurgle, Keepy, Dr. Sleepy, Maddie, and Iggy T. So if you missed it, it wasn't yesterday, it was Saturday? Oh, no, it was yesterday. Yeah, today's Tuesday. Yeah, it was yesterday. We reached hard mode. We killed the wall of flesh after many hours. And now we need to find a way to do everything else in the game. Like, beat it. I would like to get a pair of wings, which is probably going to be pixie wings. I would like... Well, I need more beaminations. I think we're actually out. Yeah, I can craft one, but we're out of beaminations. We need to get stingers. I'd like pixie dust just for the sake of greater healing potions. I'm probably going to make a pixie farm, because it also is going to let me, get pixie wings. And then we need to do the bosses. We may have a pirate invasion show up, so we should be prepared for that. I don't plan to do Queen Slime. Queen Slime sucks. We can now legally tell every hard mode boss to buzz off. True. Let me get stingers. Which begs the question, should I make a dedicated place to get stingers? It's probably going to be a good idea, because we're probably going to go through a lot of queen bees for the end of the game. It's probably a worthwhile investment to get a stinger farming location. Which raises the question, what does a stinger farming location look like? Let's figure that out. The map isn't accurate. We had to do some shenanigans yesterday to upsize the world. They're not in unexplored areas, I just don't have the map data. Which some sucks, but Distance Hook is a nice poor man's Rod of Discord. One, I'm not poor. Two, I don't want a Rod of Discord. I'm going to get a water candle, because I never actually grabbed one from the dungeon. Maybe I did grab one. I thought there was... Here, maybe it's this one I'm thinking of. Hey, Jackie, well. Okay, I didn't get a water candle. Oh, no, I did get a water candle, but I put it up with my, wyvern farming location. That's right. My femboy? Yes. Okay. Mining. Food buff. I can't get a mining potion without antlion mandibles. That's fine. Let's go find a, location to set up a little hornet farm underground. Which doesn't actually need to be in the jungle. Maybe I just clear out a space down here. That would be way easier. And then just turn that into an artificial jungle. I could also use the shimmer, but I've got NPCs by the shimmer. That would be inconvenient. Yeah, I'll just clear out a little space in the regular underground. Left. That's hollow. Crimson. It'll take a while to get here. Let's go here. Hopefully this is not a massive waste of time. It very well may be. Hold on. Phone call. Okay, back. A nice little Medusa statue. Those are nice. I'm gonna want a bucket of lava, I think. We call a bee swimmer a hiver? I don't get it. Okay. This is probably sufficient height. So I clear out the rest of this space. Let me go. Fusion being a real pain. Oh, you're right. I was clearing out space for a farm. Yeah, I figured it's probably going to be worthwhile to make a stinger farm. And the final update came out in 2011 being 1.1. Terraria's had multiple final updates. Final update doesn't mean very much to Relogic. Let me get a bucket of lava. Where'd my bucket of honey go? I have my bucket of honey. Okay. I can make my bucket of lava easily. And add a pylon at the farm too for quick travel. There's already a... It's right. There's a pipe. Yes. Too lazy to use pylons and see the irony. Honestly, I think pylons are the lazy solution. Like, yes, they take a small amount of effort to set up, but you end up saving so much time having to walk around. Is that B's favorite ice cream brand B and Jerry's? Some people love to put ketchup on anything. My sister loves to do that. When she was younger, she would put ketchup on steak. She'd put ketchup on salmon. And she wouldn't just put ketchup on it. She would, like, drench it in ketchup. How many hours drive in Terraria? Enough. Ketchup on pizza is the bomb? That's just tomato sauce with extra steps. And sugar. Mostly sugar. Why are we dropping frames again? You can probably hoik hornets, right? I could probably build a hoik farm here. Might not work perfectly. I'm gonna have to put a little lava in, but it'll be sufficient. What is a British honey-making insect like on their toast? British people have bread? Damn. I don't know that. I'm gonna put the nurse in here in case I ever want her. It never ceases to amuse me, the people that take the title of that video seriously. Like, oh, Terraria Pro reads the wiki. Yeah, that's a shitpost title. Like, that's a... It's tongue-in-cheek. Am I just beehaving the shit out of bosses? No. Queen bee. Okay. Okay. I suppose this will also get me turtle shells, which could be beneficial. Raises the question of, will we make... We're not going to make turtle armor, definitely. Beetle armor, almost definitely we're going to make. Just on account of the fact that... Old One's army armor is going to be inaccessible, so... It's the next best option. I've played a couple, well... One Portal minigame, and then one, like, Portal-themed adventure map that was pretty cool. I think that's about the extent of the uses for the Portal gun, though. And in terms of actual, like, usefulness when playing, it's pretty minimal. Let me, honey up the ground here. Oh, no, don't kill them. Should hopefully cut down on spawns. Warping your friends in lava pits is something you can do in game. Yeah, but it's not easy. Falling really fast is kind of good. Yeah, but it's post. It's post game. Lava isn't Ganon. Do much. I was aware that lava isn't Ganon. Okay. I think this is a worthwhile use of our bees. like this mimic. Cross necklace. That's... This is good. Where'd those bees go? Oh, they're distracted. That up. There we go. I think Radar beats Grav Globe in terms of usefulness of where it is in progression. Are you talking about Radar being equipped as an accessory, or just the functionality of the Radar? Of course, an enemy nearby, you've already been killed by it. No, I mean, the radar can be useful. One, it can be a free modifier early game. Two, it can be useful for determining whether or not enemies are capable of spawning in a location, which can be useful when you're setting up farms. Plus, it doesn't actually need to be equipped to have effect. Is building their farms early on? Well, it doesn't matter when you're building it, you get it at the beginning of the game. Like, it's useful for every point after that in the game. Like, you get it from wooden chests, and then you just have it forever. Whereas with the Moonlord, you get the gravity globe, and there's nothing else to do after that. Which is why it's not useful, because there's nothing to do with it. But the radar has tons of stuff to do with it. It's not good in its own place of progression. But you have to judge everything you can do with it after the fact. Like, what? That just seemed like such a meaningless point, a meaningless way to judge the item. If you're just going, if you take, oh, this is the intended point to get this item, and I'm only going to judge it by its value, you can do it that exact point in time, rather than any point in time after that. I mean, most of the cell phone pieces are useless. The Ankh Shield pieces are largely useless. If we're judging Grav Globe on those variables... No, we're judging Grav Globe on the fact that there's nothing to do after it. That's why it's bad. The accessory itself isn't bad. The problem with the Grav Globe is that there's nothing to do with it after you get it. The radar you get at the beginning of the game, and there's tons of stuff to do with it after you can get it. You can't compare them. Make the Frost Legion get buffed after Moonlord Justice for the Frost Legion. You'd have to completely rework the Frost Legion from the ground up to make it remotely fun. I do think Gravity Globe would be too powerful if it came anywhere before late hard mode. Gravity Globe is like objectively worse storing insignia. I don't think you know what objectively worse means. For the one, it takes one accessory slot, whereas the storing insignia necessitates taking two. I mean, that alone is a huge buff. And means you absolutely cannot consider it to be objectively worse. That's like saying mounts are objectively worse than insignia plus wings, when the whole benefit of mounts is they save you accessory slots. Using Grav Globe, you need wings or horseshoe. You can need a featherfall potion. You can use clouds as your blocks that you land on. You can also just use the Grav potion before you hit the ceiling, and you won't take fall damage. You've got ways. Demote Gravity Globe to post Moonlord craftable. Let's combine it with a few late game accessories used for building. I don't know about that one. Are you planning on making the Ankh Shield? I'd like to, but the problem is Ankh Shield components are not easy to get. We'll probably have this farm double as a soul farm too, as we're gonna need some souls. So the idea was to place the platform here. Let's say here. This should be a good distance. If I stand here, that's probably good enough for this side. Only the time you made the Ankh Shield was get the Steam achievement. I'll make the Ankh Shield from time to time. There's a good amount of times I'll just get the components naturally, at least most of them, when just playing through hard mode. Okay, it'll probably be easier just to fill in the blocks on this side, because I really only need half the space to be functional. Come down here. Well, I mean, Chromatic Cloak is really just a vanity accessory with a very niche use. Is it possible to put 27 Dryad body pillows down as dependents on your 2025 tax returns W4 form? You can put whatever you want on your tax returns. Whether or not that's going to get you into legal trouble with the IRS is a different question. Hey, Memsies. It was quite a journey getting to hard mode. Where's that mimic at? Not down here. There he is. I'm gonna go eat that mimic. It would be beneficial to me. Integrate with him. That's not awful damage. Mimic's got pretty high defense. Damn, 33 HP. Okay. Better hook. Okay. I'm happy with that. Aglet is goated if you find it really early. Dungeon items need to be reworked. I think further where they change to make scalons locked by key is a good thing for progression. I do not think Sky Island chests being locked behind keys is a good thing for progression. That's how the game used to be back in like 1.0. I don't think it's a good decision. The whole point in For the Worthy is that it's a callback to old behavior. Climbing claws, shoe spikes are kind of underrated. It's mostly that they feel kind of clunky to use to me. That's the reason I don't like them. Okay, lock Sky Islands by Eye of Cthulhu. Why, though? That's forcing a progression instead of having it be open-ended. I think pre-hard mode's greatest strength is that it's open-ended and you're not forced to do really anything before doing anything else. You can go about it in any order that you want. Forcing a progression just linearizes the game and makes it more repetitive. Give me though, let's craft Chromatic Cloak and Gravity Globe and maybe the Tiger Climbing Gear together with a Hand of Creation make an endgame building accessory. Would you want Tiger Climbing Gear in an endgame building accessory? I'm not a builder, so I can't say for sure, but is that desirable? An accessory with built-in fine mobility? Your endgame. Can't you just use a grappling hook? An anti-grav hook? And the dash powder would be a pain? No, they said Tiger Climbing Gear, not Master Ninja Gear. Tiger Climbing Gear is the Master Ninja Gear without the ninja. I'd like to blow this stuff up, but I'm really trying not to get bestiary progress. And if I accidentally blow up enemies, that's gonna cause that. Ooh, another mimic. Like frog gear. This extra ascension speed is nice. Plus frogs are pretty cool. Magic dagger. Too good. The dynasty with weapon and armor set? No. This round something specific? Yeah, I'm gonna make it for stingers. I suspect we're going to need a lot of stingers by the end of the game. Need a desert boss? I don't really think Terraria needs more bosses. I struggle to think of a point in the game where adding a boss would feel good. Terraria already has a huge amount of bosses, and a lot of the new ones they've added in 1.4 and beyond have kind of been usually felt kind of superfluous. No, Terraria does not need to scale itself beyond the Moonlord either. The Moonlord's scaling is one of the worst aspects of the game. And adding a post-Moonlord boss would just scale that even harder. But yeah, Queen Slime and Deoclops do not feel like they fit very well into progression. Most players don't fight them. Unless they very specifically want something from them. The Empress of Light fits better in progression, but it's mostly just because she has really good drops. There's a bonus boss, like an extra challenge after. Yeah, but I don't think Terraria should have that. Because if you make a bonus boss after the Moonlord, that is now the endgame. And the last thing that Terraria's endgame needs is to be scaled further and made more powerful. Because it's already kind of ridiculous. I mean, you would have to have a post-game challenge that the Zenith is a reasonable weapon to use on. Or you'd have to make the Zenith in the new post-game. You'd have to balance it so that the Moonlord's weapon drops are using those in actual challenge on the thing. And that is not something that Terraria needs. Yeah, it'd be a much better idea for them to fix the bosses they have rather than just adding new ones. Or fix progression. I mean, the worst stage in the game is post-Plantera. And post-Golem. That really needs to be touched up and rebalanced or fixed. And it would be a much better idea to spend time and energy on that rather than making whole new content. What needs fixing post-golem? The fact that every single thing post-golem, except for fighting the lunatic cultist, is pretty much useless because you can just fight the lunatic cultist and immediately get weapons that outclass them. And are just way better. And there are a couple things that are useful, usually Duke Fishron or the Empress of Light. The moons are horribly annoying, especially on higher difficulties where the HP scaling makes the forced DPS test miserable. Most of the content isn't particularly fun. You don't really see why Post-Plantera is bad? Were you listening to the things I described? I mean, in pretty much every situation, the correct, or the optimal thing to do is just to go fight the lunatic cultist and invalidate all the time you spent getting those items. Empress is good for true melee. True melee is a thing in Calamity mod. True melee is not a class in Terraria. That's like saying Duke Fishron is good for Spellbook Mage. It's just kind of a ridiculous thing to, like, state as a point in her favor. Yeah, but like when you're describing the merits of a boss, pointing out this extremely niche, or not extremely, but this niche situation where their thing is good is kind of silly. Man, Geoclops is a godsend for axes only. You wouldn't believe how good Queen Slime is. During the challenge that I made where you have to have a dash constantly but you're playing on classic mode. You wouldn't be opposed to True Melee being added in vanilla? I would. True Melee is kind of a dumb system. Like, I think it works for Calamity mod, but I don't think it's... You'd basically be adding a 5th class. One that is incredibly intertwined with melee in a way that... Like, it wouldn't be a good idea. Like, melee players want to use swords, but then you'd be dividing up the gear that benefits it between melee and true melee, and it wouldn't feel good for most players to have to distinguish between them and swap between them. What's wrong with Post-Plantera? Okay. Let's look at all the Post-Plantera content. When you kill Plantera, you unlock a huge amount of content. You have the moons, you have the Post-Plantera dungeon, you have the jungle temple, you have Duke Fishron, who's not technically unlocked, but is balanced to be fought post-Golem, and post-Plantera is basically the same stage of progression as post-Golem. You unlock the Empress of Light, and basically all of that is useless. They're all balanced to be very similar in power, particularly the Moons, Empress of Light, and Duke Fishron, with Golem's drops being significantly weaker. Which means... Oh, you also have you have the Tier 3 Old Ones army. Didn't even remember that one. The player is generally encouraged to do one of those things, and then just move on to the Lunatic Cultist, and do a not very good boss, and one of the most annoying events in the game, to get items that grossly outclass everything that came before them. There is generally not much reason to engage with most of the Post-Plantera content. It's not fun, particularly the moons. The drops you get from them are equivalent or worse than stuff you'll get elsewhere. Golem himself, I mean, the things you get from Golem are much worse than the things you get from all those other events, and it makes Golem's drops just feel completely useless. That was, at a point, the end game. Everything there is balanced to be equivalent with each other, and the idea was you do all the different things to get weapons that were roughly equivalent with each other. And don't even start on the fucking, like, Terrorblade outclassing everything, and you just get Terrorblade, Lunatic Cultists, go to pillars. But that whole stage was intended to be the end game. You would do it, you'd kill Golem, then you'd do all the other post-Golem events, and you would get powerful weapons that were roughly equivalent with each other. And then the inclusion of the pillar weapons completely invalidates that whole thing. I mean, everything is grossly outclassed by the pillar weapons, with some exceptions potentially being from the tier 3 Old Ones army with like the Flying Dragon, Betsy's Wrath, a couple of isolated weapons here and there like the Razor Pine. The Aqua Scepter and Don't Dig Up, to my knowledge, but like it's really not well balanced. Like, how many times do you do Frost and Pumpkin Moon? I fucking never do Frost and... The events suck. And if you want drops that are powerful, you go do anything else. You find any excuse to not do Pumpkin and Frost Moon, because the events suck. Yeah, you have Pumpkin Moon as Summoner, and you know what? Every single time I played Summoner, doing Pumpkin Moon was the worst part of the run. By far the least enjoyable. Especially after they buffed Pumpkin Moon and gave the Headless Horseman that really annoying flying pumpkin attack. And it's particularly bad on higher difficulties. You ever had to do them on, like, Legendary mode? Or even just Master mode? The HP and damage scaling gets ridiculous. Morning Woods do, like, almost... They have projectiles that deal, like, 400 damage. The fuck is that? What, they spam the screen with projectiles that damn near insta-kill you. And there's non-stop waves of them. It's not that bad on Classic because, you know, on Classic difficulty, they do less damage and they also drop hearts when you kill them. You kind of blow your way through the enemies and they're constantly dropping hearts for you to get back. Not on Master mode. Yeah, even the most basic enemies are obscenely tanky. They have thousands, tens of thousands of HP in some situations. Headless Horsemen, unbelievably tanky, and they drop nothing. And the Headless Horseman has that incredibly annoying attack where he sends a tracking high-speed pumpkin at you that has really annoying AI to dodge. And Frost Moon. Oh my god, do you love being inundated with very small projectiles that do obscene levels of damage? Because that's all that Frost Moon is. Elf Copters? Nobody in the I don't know who added elf copters to the game, but they deserve to be shot out of a cannon into the sun. And, like, I think if the scaling of things in the moons were reworked, particularly to be balanced for Expert and Master mode, and overall they were kind of rethought out, I think they could be fun events. They would need to give you rewards that would feel fun But the events at the court need to be fun. They should be like mobbing events where you're fighting waves of enemies and you just get to use your weapons to kill them in a satisfying way. Instead of being torture where you have to bend over backwards to avoid high-speed, absurd damage projectiles that nearly insta-kill you, and then do that for 9 minutes just to get a chance of getting the drop that you want. Because at the core, they should just be huge amounts of enemies. I have all these really fun weapons. I just get to attack them and kill them. And on Classic, I think it kind of achieves that. But not on anything above that. Yeah, Pumpkin Moon, I would say, also gives more relevant drops, because if you're a summoner not doing Pumpkin Moon, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot, because there's so much summoner-related stuff. Golden Zombie is so much better design, at least on paper. It has the same scaling problems. Honestly, I think events just need to be thought out differently with how they scale on higher difficulties. They very clearly were not designed with higher difficulties in mind, and just the pure HP and damage stat increases doesn't work well with them. So favorite class? Ranger. Because I think with any of the events like that, in order for them to be fun, you need to have the player be powerful. And they essentially use their weapons to just mow down waves of it. It's like a horde shooter, right? You just have a bunch of stuff, you have your weapons, you use them, you kill enemies, you get to listen to the damage noises, the hit sounds, see all the damage numbers pop up. Like, that's the fun in the events. And that just does not happen when they have that much HP and do that much damage. Yeah, the pillars are the worst example of that, because they don't even try to achieve that. The pillars, honestly, in my opinion, were just designed as a giant middle finger to players. Because if you look at the design of pillar enemies, they're all, well, a lot of them are specifically designed to just counter strategies that players like to use. Nebula Pillar, you have, and these have been toned down over time, because I think Relogic realized how bad some of these designs were. But in the Nebula Pillar, you had the Nebula Floaters that were basically designed specifically to counter any rapid damage attack. If you were in the Nebula Pillar pre 1.4.4 and you had a rapidly damaging weapon, you're fucked. They would reflexively teleport whenever they get hit, and every time they do that, they would instantly counter with a laser, and their lasers do obscene damage. So if you're using a Phantasm, a Razor Pine, anything that does rapid attacks for low amounts of damage, the Nebula Pillar is miserable. The Solar Pillar is specifically... The Solar Pillar especially was just a massive middle finger to players. You had the Selenians bouncing all around that would reflect projectiles and do obscene damage with the reflected projectiles. And on top of that, you had the Crawltipedes. Players like using wings. Players like flying in the air to avoid things. Let's put an enemy that specifically tracks down enemies that try, or players that try to do that, and rips them to pieces with obscene contact damage. In general, the just sheer HP values and damage values of the pillars makes it very difficult to actually, like, breeze through enemies and kill them at a semi-reasonable pace. If you have a pillar weapon, it's kind of doable, but with the weapons before that, it really doesn't go well. We want Pillars to be a pre-fight before Moonlord that actually serves as a legitimate fight instead of a respawn simulator. The problem there is then you essentially turn Terraria's endgame into a boss rush. Which I don't think is a very good place to be. Okay. I really want to kill this nymph. Come on, my bees. Come on, my bees. My bees. Yeah, the pillars just shouldn't be a thing. They're conceptually bad. I don't think they're that bad as a concept. I just think they're really, really poorly executed. Pillar weapons are good, though. I think that's part of the problem. Is that pillar weapons are good. Pillar weapons should not be good. They should not be significantly better than all of the post-golem weapons. They should function more like ore weapons, where if you don't do the post-golem content, they are a mediocre but serviceable weapon that you can get, instead of completely invalidating everything that comes before them. Because the fact that they invalidate everything that comes before them just makes that whole stage of progression horrible. It's meaningless. There's no reason to do anything because you just get pillar weapons and they're better. And because the pillar weapons are so much better, and because the Moonlord has so much more HP and is so unreasonably scaled, that's why the pillar weapons are so powerful. Like, if the pillar weapons were weaker, the Moonlord would have less HP, and things as a whole would be scaled down. The pillar's enemies wouldn't have thousands of HP each. It just, all in all, would be a less frustrating system. Pillar weapons are so lame, they are ugly and generic compared to Fishron and Empress of Light drops. I don't agree. I don't think they're ugly or generic at all. In fact, they're quite unique weapons. Most of them have mechanics that are unique to them. The Daybreak and Solar Eruption are not really like any other melee weapons. The Stardust Dragon, at the time that it was implemented, was the only scaling minion that got more powerful the more summons of it that you had, which was a completely new idea. And the Stardust Cell was a debuff-based minion. Again, completely new idea. I'm going to save and quit here to despawn all these enemies. The Phantasm was really only rivaled by the Tsunami. And it had all those phantom arrows that it spawned. And it also had a scaling attack speed over time. Completely new mechanic. I don't even think there's any other weapon in the game that does that. The longer you attack for, the faster you attack, up to a limit. The Vortex Beater is very loud. Unbelievably loud. And then the magic weapons exist. I don't know. I don't play mage. Half of them are just homing weapons. Okay, let's think about it. Which ones are homing weapons? The Daybreak is not a homing weapon. The Solar Eruption is not a homing weapon. The Stardust Dragon and Stardust Cell are a homing weapon. They are also minions, which by their nature home. I think one of the magic weapons is a homing weapon, possibly both of them. The Phantasm is not a homing weapon. The Vortex Beater is not a homing weapon. You do have homing bullets you can use. They're really not... I mean, I guess you could call half of them homing weapons if you consider the summoner weapons homing weapons. But, like, every fucking minion is a homing weapon. You can't make a summoner weapon that isn't a homing weapon. I know the fist one is a homing weapon. The Vortex Beater is the thing that homes. Yeah, but that's not where most of the damage is coming from. The main reason the Vortex Beetle would home is because you're using Chlorophyte bullets. You need to line up enemies for projectile minions without homing to be effective, and that's why they're more fun. I'm just gonna level with you. There's a reason that all of the minions that were added post 1.4 are more popular and more fun and are way more frequently used than the ones that came before 1.4.4, and it's because they have good tracking, homing, or ability to follow enemies. The Sanguine Staff, the Blade Staff, the Terra Prisma, the Vampire Frog, the Flinks, they all track enemies really well. And that's why people like using them. Have you used imps on moving targets? It's not fun. I mean, it's really just the mage weapons that have homing. That I feel like you can reasonably call them homing weapons. But the Vortex Beetle is not a homing rocket launcher. The Snowman Cannon is a homing rocket launcher. The Vortex Beetle just happens to fire a secondary projectile that homes. It's not the same thing. I need to use lava to foam these. I think. I'm trying to work. I have an idea. If I used statue enemies to kill the bee, the problem is, if I have bees, it's gonna be really difficult to have more enemies spawn, because bees are kind of mutually exclusive with enemies being able to spawn. Can I Terraria? Terraria's a noun. Oh, hold on. I can just move the Dryad in here and buy seeds. What kind of sucks pre-plant Terra and even pre-golem with no kill Empress? Yo! Thank you, Waffle Time. God, now I have to actually, like, update my YouTube memberships. There's a bunch of, like, outdated stuff on them. Thank you. Do you go from the left? Why is it, like, staggered? Good question. I think I want to go this way. Yeah, thank you. Four. Waffles are better than pancakes. I like waffles. I had gotten this waffle maker. I feel like every time I've had a home waffle maker, it just has this really, like, unpleasant plasticky smell that never goes away. And I never quite like eating out of that. Oh, thank you. Waffles are just pancakes with 6-packs? No, the batter's different. Waffle batter's heavier. It makes it more... waffle. You put, like, eggs in them. I don't know. It's, like, different. Do I use the same batter for both? Well, I've got, like, pancake mixes, and it says on the back you're supposed to make waffles differently, and I usually do when I make waffles. I don't make waffles very often, though. Summoner could use some buffing, specifically late pre-hard mode and pre-Plantera. What? What are you on about? Late pre-hard mode. Summoner's got pretty good vampire frog kicks ass. And Summoner's actually really strong with like minion mixing and whip stacking. And mushroom grass seeds. So I'm gonna share with these. Pre-Plantera, you've got the Blade Staff. Blade Staff's awesome. I'm also, you know, the Sanguine Staff and Spider Staff are good. And the Optic Staff, I love the Optic Staff. I don't really think there's any point in time where Summoner is particularly weak or needs to be buffed. Didn't Shy Guy already do a video on how Summoner can rival the DPS of every other class just fine at every major point in progression? That sounds like something Shy Guy would do. Not 100% sure, but that sounds believable. Yeah, but there should be a trade-off of defense for higher DPS, not switching out 70% of your defense, just to be on par with other classes' DPS. Yeah, I mean, Summoner still isn't... It's tough because, if Summoner were strong enough to be faster playing normally, then it would be unreasonably powerful, like, doing really try-hard whip stacking stuff. In general, I think Summoner is fine. I mean, the main reason to play Summoner, I imagine, is because you like Summoner. You know, you like the whips and the class and stuff like that, not because it's particularly powerful. Summoner's okay, but it's not really a glass cannon. It's certainly glass. If you are playing with pure Summoner armors. It can get pretty tanky with Old One's army armors, though. What are the views of people about the Zenith? I don't care much about the Zenith. I mean, it's endgame content. It's basically there when you've decided you're done wanting to interact with enemies. It just lets you delete them. It's basically just a delete enemy button. Yeah, I mean, the reason to play Summoner is because you like how it is. I think if you focus too heavily on the DPS matchups between classes, it's gonna really just come down to a couple of weapons that a class has, and then just giving each class one or two weapons that's able to compete with that, and then things just getting really unbalanced from there. Because, like, the problem is if you're comparing DPS to other classes, you're comparing them to the good DPS options for other classes, when usually there's a lot of options, and a lot of them are not going to be the peak DPS options. Okay. Oh! Come on! Really? I guess it counts as a new block being placed, so it resets hammered blocks. You need Zenith equivalents for each class? I don't think that's true. I think it makes sense with the history of the game and everything for the Zenith to be a melee weapon. Melee has always had, you know, super weapons that would involve combining a bunch of other weapons. Basically every major update added one except for 1.3. Originally you had the Knight's Edge, then you went to the Excalibur in 1.1, the Terrorblade in 1.2. 1.3 got a bit silly and didn't add one. And then the Zenith in 1.4. I mean, it makes sense with the history of the game and everything. For it to be melee specific. That, and I mean, the Zenith kind of just transcends classes. Excalibur isn't really a mega weapon, though. It was when it was added. At the time, the Excalibur required you to combine every single hard mode ore sword in order to craft. Along with Souls of Might? They then switched it to hollow bows when they added hollowed bows in 1.2. But at the time, it was a hard mode version of the Knight's Edge, basically. In fact, all of the hollowed stuff used to involve just crafting together all the hard mode ores. Other classes had Knight's Edge equivalents to be found with the Zenith existing. Yeah, I mean, it's not a horrible idea, but I just feel like it being melee specific fits better with Terraria's history. And I mean, like I said, the Zenith kind of just transcends classes. I mean, it's basically the delete what you're looking at weapon. I don't think other classes need to have their own versions of it. I mean, they can just use the Zenith. That's kind of the point of the Zenith, is it's the peak weapon. I mean, it's the Zenith. That's a lot of bats, goddamn. I need to rescue the mechanic. I still haven't done that. Well, that, and, I mean, let's be honest. Relogic only has so much time to work on stuff. Would you rather they spent their time making these complicated and in-depth variants of Zenith weapons for every other class, deciding which things to craft together, making some, like, really cool new attack and things like that for an endgame weapon that's pretty much pointless because the Zenith already exists, or would you rather they spent that time doing something else? At least make the Zenith classless? If the Zenith was classless, then it wouldn't benefit from any damage boost and it wouldn't be able to crit. I really don't think it being melee is a problem. I think people get too attached to the concepts of classes and Terraria needing to cater to classes specifically. Don't treat it as a melee weapon, just treat it as a weapon. Like, it doesn't matter that the Zenith deals melee damage. Who cares? It's a weapon. Hold on, I'm getting another phone call. I think it's for a dentist appointment. Okay. Zenith should be thrower class. Thrower class shouldn't exist. Thrower was and always will be a mistake. I don't have the mechanic, right? I'd like to get another golden key so I can free the slime that keeps showing up. Oh, there she is. Let me see if I can't get one from some chests. Oh, yeah, chests. That was what the Cobalt Shield was. Hybrid class builds are more fun. People choose sentries and summons more often. And the other thing with the whole Zenith thing is that all the classes already have obscenely powerful stuff from the Moonlord. Melee just has the most obscenely powerful one. With an endgame crafting recipe, but you've already got really strong stuff. Give me a golden key. I want that slime gone. I'll find a wooden chest eventually. Moonlord doesn't drop any summoner weapons. Yes, he does. He drops 2 different sentries. And they, I believe, have been buffed to the point that they are very, very, very powerful. And the most powerful build post-Moonlord is the sentry build per summoner. Especially with Stardust Armor being buffed to give extra sentry slots. Where does this dungeon continue? Ah, well, I give up. Okay. Let me move that mechano here. Is there still the thing where NPCs on dungeon bricks will move instantly? No, there is not. I guess I'll just sleep till nighttime because I need those actuators. Actually, I could, get this set up. Yeah, plus you have the Stardust Platinum stand. Summoner's good. The Celebration Moke too is incredible. It both does very, very, very good damage, and conceptually, it's a conceptual weapon against blocks. the concept of structures are destroyed in the presence of the Celebration Mark II. Yeah, the last prism is still very, very, very strong. Okay, I will try having a queen bee in here. I feel like that's gonna be difficult. Let's sleep and hope that this works out. Let me get my water candles too. Coin gun though? The coin gun's a meme weapon. I'm not even sure that it really performs that well in competition with the endgame ranger options. It's very good for the, for most of hard mode, though. What am I doing? I am building a farm for hornets. And I hope this actually works, otherwise we wasted the last hour. Should I make a dummy engine? Yeah, I should. I should make a dummy engine. Where's the merchant? Up there. He is now here. Are hornets and bees enemies in Terraria? Everything is an enemy to the bee. Except other bees. And queen bee. One gun firing silver bullets does as much damage as the star cannon per shot, gold bullets, and you're on par with endgame. No, that's bullshit. Gold bullets in the coin gun do not do on par with endgame DPS. That is bullshit. Gold bullets are 100 damage per hit. Yeah, in the coin, that's like how much the SDMG does, and the SDMG fires way faster. And also has bullet effects that do additional damage. It is not endgame DPS. Like, isn't the SDMG's base damage, like, 9? Isn't its use time, like, 4? Or, like, 90? And then you have bullet special effects. Crystal bullets damn near double your damage. Are you using musket balls? SDMG is 85, but yeah, but then you factor in the bullet damage. Plus, you factor in the Reforge, which the coin gun can't have. And the fact that the SDMG fires way faster than the coin gun. And the fact that, I'm sure there's some other fact. SDMG use time 5, coin gun is 8, and the SDMG also can get a Reforge, which will bring it down to 4. I mean, it literally fires twice as fast as the coin gun, basically has this same base damage, and also gets bullet special effects. And I don't even think the SDMG is better than the Celebration Mark II. It's certainly not better than the last Prism. No, I mean, coin gun with gold bullets is good. It's Ranger's best option for most of hard mode, if you have the money to back it up. But there's a big difference between that and having it be endgame DPS. The coin gun has no special effects. It can't have its damage boosted, really. It gets damage effects, but the coin gun itself doesn't get modifiers. And I also don't think it gets Shroomite bonuses. Although by the end game you'd be with Vortex armor. Pressure plates. That's what I want. Most of Hardmode plus you can take gold bullets to Moonlord and still be rivaling lunar DPS. I don't really know if that's true. I really don't think that a coin gun with gold bullets is going to be rivaling, like, a Phantasm. Because, like, coin gun DPS is extremely easy to calculate, right? I mean, it's 100 damage coin, plus whatever damage bonuses you have, minus the defense of the Moonlord, which will be between 20 and 35 damage. And it's got a use time of 8 that doesn't modify, which is about 7 attacks per second. You're probably looking ballpark 1500 DPS, 1000, 1500, maybe 2000 with a lot of damage bonuses. And that's assuming you hit all of your shots, which the coin gun's projectile velocity isn't fantastic. I don't think that's gonna compete with the Phantasm. And that's assuming you have a bunch of damage bonuses to back it up too. If coin gun a small amount of base damage, I don't think the coin gun needs to be made better. It's already really strong. And look, like, coin gun's good. It's just a big difference between being good and being like endgame good. Oh, I forgot my teleporters. I need more wire. Firing platinum bullets is definitely at least the low end of endgame. Yeah, I mean, platinum bullets, I think you could say probably competes with lunar DPS. And have that be a reasonable statement. They wanted to make the coin gun viable. The coin gun is viable. Coin gun's really fucking good. Like, you get coin gun immediately into hard mode, it'll easily carry you through Plantera with gold coins. It'll be really good against Golem, too, with gold coins. I mean, it's the best pre-mech weapon against Duke Fishron, easily. It is good. Unironically. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a good weapon. Platinum deep bullets can out DPS the Zenith in some situations. What situations? Because I feel like the only way that statement can be true would be with some very disingenuous testing. Or not necessarily disingenuous, but, biased. Like having full ranger armor with the Zenith instead of melee armor. Okay. Oh wait, no, I want this on a separate. Okay. I can fix it. Here. Hammer these. I'm not used to only having one wire color to work with. Okay, now I should add an item filtering feature that allows you to block specific items from being collected. I mean, you could fill up your void bag with stuff that you already have some of and have them stacked to that. Shroomites Stealth increases coin gun DPS. I mean, it's range damage. I don't think it's that crazy. It buffs range damage. The coin gun deals range damage. Or the ammo does. Checks out. Oh, that's, we need to be one higher. There we go. Yeah. Hopefully this works. Okay, we're getting enemies in. Let's jungle this place up. Oh, my jungle seed's quick stacked. Let me also put a little lava. How did you get there? Probably spawned in and then looped around. Jungle grass pack. Jungle grass. That is. Shroomiite Ranger Emblem. Phantasm still out DPS is coin gun with gold coins with holy arrows. It's more about holy arrows than anything else. Holy arrows aren't even particularly good. Did you try with Ichor? Are you hitting most of the holy stars? What targets are you fighting? Ichor tends to scale really well with Phantasm. Single target dummy, you went best case for the gun. Okay. Let's jungle it up. That is so bizarre. It's specifically placing grass without smart cursor. Blocks. You'd really love a bundle of balloons upgrade for her. Oh, we died, so the dummy engine broke. Hold on. Again. We have a planter box, whichever one I feel like clicking on at any given moment. Defeat any mech bosses? No, this whole time we've been setting up a stinger farm. Which hopefully actually works. The enemies can spawn on the ground. I have to fix that. Let me get some lava bombs. That should fix it. Means I need. Oh no, I have honey bombs I can turn dry. So let us disable spawns beneath us. Then near for HUD upgrade to bundle of balloons. Give you multiple instances of specific bottle in certain circumstances. I feel like bundle of balloons is fine for HUD mode. I mean, it's still really good in HUD mode. I don't know if it really needs an upgrade. Out of the Empress dropped a balloon that gives you infinite jumps with a type of cloud in a bottle, but 30% higher and faster. I mean, the soaring insignia exists. Like, why have that instead of the soaring insignia? Okay, I have an idea for how to improve that. We are gonna get a lot of... Actually, let me just summon Queen Bee right now. This might be good enough. I mean, look at all these hornets. Okay, I want to be lateral to that. Come on, Queen Bee. Bring on the bees. Kind of getting her ass kicked. Okay, we got some stingers. Alright, 4 stingers. That's pretty good. That's 4 more beaminations. Alright. I've got some ideas here. I'm going to make a little funnel to catch some hornets. Bring them in. 4 stingers is good. That's a healthy number of stingers. And that was our first attempt. Okay, 3 times. No? 5 times. Wait. No. That's what I want. Like 2 times. I'm just blind. Actually, is that what I want? I don't think that's quite what I want. That's fine. We'll, bring her back. Don't need wood. Alright, there we go. Kill some more hornets. Okay, we got a marrow. That's something. Do it again. Come on, Crispy. There we go. That's another stinger. I know what I want to do. We could always use lava here, but I'd like to use queen bee. Man, marrow is not worth very much. Jeez. Scope of this challenge, I have to use queen bee to kill everything. Okay. I mean, it was working within a certain frame of reference. I was kind of hoping we get some tortoises or something in here, too. I could also just switch over to using beehives again. We do have a lot of them left over. I'll probably use some combination of these two. Now I could wire up a heart statue to give me some HP too. Help me sustain some bees. Put in a 1/4 second timer. Campfire. Put in some honey. I think we'll be good. Okay. Gets the spider in. Probably gets the slime in. Okay. We're working on it. We'll get there eventually. Our Factorial DLC is so bad. Is Factorial's DLC good? I I've heard from some people that have been playing it, but they haven't actually reached the DLC yet, because it's, like, post-game. I didn't actually, like, play the DLC part of Factorial's DLC. We get the small hornets in, not the big ones, though. We get most of them. This will be fine. Let me, timer it up. Put in a good old bucket of honey. And another 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 bucket of honey. And that should be good. Left my water candle at home again. It quick stacked again. That's fine. And then I wanted a campfire. And then we'll see how this goes. She's too weak. Okay, we'll just have to use the bees here. Okay, there's another Bezos. Okay. We get stingers from this. And then, could I just raise this by one? I should let the, other hornet in. There we go. Now we function. Okay, I gotta do some inventory management, but this works. It's definitely counterintuitive to use Queen Bee. Yeah, we lose more stingers than we gain if we try to use Queen Bee for the farm. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but we can just use the bees. That's fine. Okay, another Queen Bofi. I'm gonna keep this Bezos. Need these honey bombs. Bucket of honey, don't need right now. I need wrench. I need actuators. I would like the hive wand. Stingers we can put away for now. Strange plants we can give to Batman. Chest statue. Okay, let me find Batman. Is he down here? No, where did I put... Oh, he's up there. Oh, we'll go see Batman later. Water candle. And Bazaar away. Let me get rid of this little bee over here. You can just stand here. You stream so much better if I did a toe cam. Would they? Yeah, we can actually... The whole point of this is to get stingers. Ooh, I should make a switch to actuate that so I can release the bees when necessary. Look at that. 4 stingers. Yeah, I'll make a release the bees button. Let's go get the release the bees button. Some actuators. Wrench. And my mechanic. With a switch. Something's funny. Okay, now the farm is complete. Hopefully. I think we're good now. Switch. Like a B button. Okay, now we can release the bees. Can you do a face cam, but it's really close to your face, so all we see is your nose and a little bit of your mouth? I don't have a face. So I can't really. Sorry. Okay. The bee to stinger ratio here isn't fantastic, I gotta say. These moss hornets sure take their time. The one nice thing here is we do get mimics. Hey, how'd you get out of here, Tortoise? You're not allowed to do that. No, go back to racing the hare. Oh, there's lava down there. He'll die on that. Okay, let's move off of something besides just spamming different cams that I could not use. Next person I see that says the word cam is getting banned. What's your favorite cameo? The one from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3, Stardust Crusaders. I thought he was pretty cool. One that Polnareff fought with, like, it's his dead sister. You just saw my teeth this morning, Jackie. Assuming you are my dentist and not some nefarious fiend impersonating them. Alright, bees released. Okay, that's 8 more queen bees. What are we at now? Queen bee numbers. 16 bees. 16 bees. Is this really worth it? How else would you propose getting stingers? You have to cheat in a beam of nations? Why? We have infinite stingers. Besides, this lets us get tattered bee wings when we can actually get tattered bee wings. Moth! 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 Moth. 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 Total shell. Go, my bees. Go, my bees. There's a lot of you guys, aren't there? Okay, turtle shell. So let's think about this. Assuming a pound for pound queen bee versus destroyer, we'll probably fight destroyer first. And let's say she goes blow for blow against the destroyer. What's the destroyer's body contact damage? Anyone know that number? Body, not mouth or tail. It's like 108. Okay. So let's say Queen Bee takes 108 damage per destroyer segment, and in return she's gonna dish out what? 80? You know, we factor in some defenses. Let's say Queen Bee deals 60 damage per dash. We'll lowball it. It's 140? Okay. Is that an exact number? 140? Yeah, let's say she dishes out 60 per hit. She takes 140. With defense, let's call it 130. So Queen Bee is gonna have, let's see, 140, 280, 560, 1,120 after 8 hits. So Queen Bee's probably gonna have about 40, let's call 40 hits, against the destroyer before she dies. And with 40 hits, 60 damage per, she's gonna deal 2,400. Let's call one Queen Bee 2,400 damage. Yeah, does that sound good? Yeah, she's gonna take a hit for each section. So with a 2,400 damage, no, they, the destroyer's body segments have separate iframes, yeah. So 2,400 to kill the destroyer, or per Queen Bee against the destroyer, plus whatever her bees do. But we're just gonna factor in Queen Bee alone for now. So Queen Bee alone, 2,400. Destroyer has, what, like 160,000 HP in Master Mode? So if we use that as our basis, yeah, 153,000. Let's call it 160,000. If we use that as our baseline, then we're probably going to be looking at what, like 70 queen bees roundabout for the destroyer, if queen bee alone was the one doing damage. If we get her enraged, then that should help, but it'll also mean we'll have to delay resummoning queen bee a little bit. So I think if we bring 80 Abeeminations, we'll probably be in a solid spot. But there are probes, yeah, and there are also bees. It's a, it works both ways. Okay, let me, extend this further, because a couple of enemies are getting out. Just bring this up. Yeah, right now we've got 28 stingers. Should be able to get 80 here, I think, pretty comfortably. And then we'll want to get, some maybe we don't even need wings. We might be able to just skip them. I mean, wings are nice and all, but once we get post 1 mech, we could get the bee and moth wings, and those would be way easier than trying to farm up pixies. Okay. It's just about time to release the bees. Be released. Go, my bees. Just get... Oh! How did you do that? I'm impressed that he did that. I'm not even sure how he did that. Let's get that hornet. Queen Bee will take 135 damage over 65 contact damage. That's 3k damage per bee, assuming only contact damage. Yeah, that's more or less what I said. Killing 50 damage with bees get you the banner? No, these don't count as actual kills. It's like killing stuff with lava. Let me build a little trap here, because we're having a couple, hornets clip out of bounds here. Yeah, bees don't count as player kills. Not a big fan of the bees. Could I try a different enemy? No. There are not different enemies that, all we have is Queen Bee, and Queen Bee The whole point of this is to get a Beaminations, and if we summon Queen Bee, she just dies. I mean, I think this is a pretty good stinger farm. Working about as well as I could ask. You know what I should do? I should set my spawn point down there. That would save me some time. Start winning the challenge? I am winning the challenge. The challenge is to get bees. Stingers. Queen bees. Then I'm doing that. How did you do that? I guess my my bee trap worked against me a little bit. Can we kill this guy? Can we kill this guy? Come on. Come on, my bees. There we go. Actually kill all the bees? I think it did. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna shift this. Okay. Now I think my bee trap works. My hornet trap. Small bees are also allowed for bosses. You want to complete the game killing every boss with queen bee, and you farm some regular enemies with small bees. Small bees are allowed, but queen bee is preferred. However, for some situations, queen bee just isn't really feasible. Notably, the wall of flesh was the big one. Do moss hornets not have a 100% drop rate for stingers? I feel like we're not getting as many as we should given the number of moss hornets. There's a couple stingers over there that I'm missing. Two out of 3 drop rate. Moss hornet is 1 in 6? Yeah. That explains it. Okay, well, there's 10 more. With 52 stingers, I said I wanted like 80 queen bees. Did you kill queen bee at the start? I just used bees from beehives to get stingers to summon queen bee. All you need to summon queen bee is 1 stinger. And like a couple pieces of honey related objects. It's pretty easy. I had to bring the bed down there. I was gonna set my spawn, but then I realized I don't have background walls, so I couldn't. Because you need walls to set a spawn. bees released. Would this run get any more difficult on Legendary? It would become significantly more difficult to survive. My damage would be increased, I suppose. No way in hell we would have killed the Wall of Flesh on Legendary. Not a chance. We barely managed to kill him on Master. You got the few upsides you have from being bees only. I mean, it's not as bad as you think. Just take some, you know, some setup. We got 16 stingers though. I mean, this, I know it took a while, but this farm was 100% worth setting up because we're going to need a shit ton of stingers for the rest of the game. I mean, you saw how quickly Queen Bee dies. Let me get some wood so I can actually set my spawn there. Has there been a challenge you gave up on? I feel like gave up kind of has a connotation of it being too difficult. Generally, I give up on challenges because they're not fun. And I've done that quite a few times. I mean, there's been plenty of stuff that I've started and not finished because it's just not interesting or boring or just miserable to do. You're going to send us to Reforging 100 Zeniths to Legendary with no starting money. Just use the Shimmer. Any notable examples? I don't know. That time that I did the, like the use what you see thing, or the, playing Get Fixed Boy with a toothpick. Some ways the Goblin is hated because of how vital it is to the game. The Goblin's just hated because people feel compelled to reforge because Terraria's reforge system sucks. And you feel like you have to spend all of your money at the Goblin. Oh, there were bees there. Goblin's not needed for the game, though. No, but, like, just because it's not needed doesn't mean players don't want to do it. I mean, Reforges are really strong. It's really not that good. No, Reforges are really good. I mean, you're typically looking at, like, a 30% multiplicative damage bonus if you have the best Reforge. That's huge. Plus, it's not like you really have much else to spend money on. Especially on higher difficulties, you tend to get swamped with money, and Reforging is the main outlet for it. Which then leads to players farming for money. Plus, accessory Reforgers are incredibly powerful. That's another either 28% damage or very high defense that you get. Yeah, I mean, it just... Reforges made more sense when they were initially added. Because, the original Reforges were just prohibitively expensive. And the Goblin was pretty late in the game that you would get him. Which meant that Reforges were something that you couldn't do very much. And they mostly served to give you some variety in stuff that you'd craft or find. And even then, it wasn't like a fantastic system. But if you've played the downpatch versions of Terraria, if you remember what like 1.0 and 1.1 were like, Reforging there was less egregious just because it was obscenely expensive. You couldn't really use it very much unless you were going out of your way to grind huge amounts of money. The game wasn't very difficult, so it didn't feel like you needed to get the best Reforges. And it mostly just affected things you'd craft or find. As a tiny little bit of flavor to make not all the weapons exactly the same. But Reforged prices dropped, the game became more difficult, and the Reforged system never really changed to update. And then that leads us to where we are today, where Reforges are just a background system that you feel like you have to engage with. Otherwise, you're shooting yourself in the foot, and engaging with it just means throwing a bunch of money at it until eventually you get the buff you want. Shout out to the video I made on Reforges, though, where I talk about all this in more detail. I'd suggest watching that. If you're interested in a lot of the suggestions I made about it, or more thoughts on it. Yeah, Summoner Reforges in particular are very egregious because, there are no Summoner Reforges. They don't exist. You have Mage Reforges, and you have some, melee Reforges that were given to Summoner, but Summoner doesn't actually have any Reforges. Not a single one. And it doesn't even benefit from a lot of the stats that the Reforges give them. Hold on, I think someone just rang my doorbell. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. We've got 80-something stingers now. That's probably enough, but I should get a couple more just in case, because I wouldn't want to get most of the way there and then run out of stingers. That would suck. The people who actually vote for Ruthless on summons? Yes. Whereas the ocean crimson, there was crimson next to the ocean, and the crimson spread to the ocean. How does he keep doing that? So any reason to reforge Queen Slime summoning weapon which deals like 7 damage? Yes. Reforging it will increase its base damage and give you more damage. I mean, sure, if you go from 6 damage to 7 damage, that might not seem like much at face value, but that's, yeah, like Dark Portal said, a 16% damage increase for free. It's damage. I want to put Souls of Night in here because if I want to summon the Destroyer, I need to actually get souls. I need 100 more Crimstone. Or Crimstone equivalent. $94. Or was it 96? What did I? Oh, it was only 92. Much damage from Blade Staff is tag damage? Yeah, but it's still free damage. There is no downside to it's free. In general, reforges and damage buffs are less useful on Summoner, relatively speaking, because you have tag damage, but damage is damage. You say reforging is free? Yeah, it effectively is free. Yes, it costs money, but you get money for just existing. And you don't really spend money on other things. Like, what does money cost? You get it for killing bosses, you get it for just existing in the world, and what else are you going to spend money on? If you didn't spend money on reforges, what would you be spending all your money on? Contaminator? That's like a one-time purchase. Torches? They cost like 8 copper. Probably should have done this before farming all the stingers. Okay, there's a second turtle shell. What's the crimson for? It's a crimson block. It counts as crimson. That's it. It was faster for me to get Crimson than it was to get Crimstone. I didn't have enough. Martian Madness is the worst of a bad bunch. Martian Madness sucks to me just because the UFO is actually a pretty solid boss fight. It's just kind of ruined by the fact that you have a constant stream of projectiles flying at you the whole time you're trying to fight it. Guessing this is going to be a farm? I mean, it is. It's not going to be. It do. Let's clean up here. Pick up these souls. Get the hell out of here. Oh, wait. Get the hell out of here. That was a good use of our beehives. I need more hive, though. So we're going to take this honey to some water. Let's just go to an ocean. Terraria should be more like Minecraft? In what way? God damn it, we have the fucking crimson jellyfish guys, they're really annoying. Think it'll drain the honey ocean by the end of the game? If it's crimson, I don't know, because the crimson jellyfish guys are really annoying. It's easier for me to do this underground than it is on the surface. With the slime rain. There's water up here. I mean, they still haven't elaborated on what they mean by it should be more like Minecraft. Until they do, there's no use speculating on what they might have meant. Okay. You kind of just, like, falling for bait that I'm not even sure is bait, Dark Portal. Terraria should be world-building quest style game where you slay the Ender Dragon. It is. Metaphorically speaking, you're constantly chasing the dragon in Terraria. The dragon being the Reforge from the Goblin Tinkerer, and you slay that dragon when you finally get the one that you want. Where are we at? Gonna fight the destroyer soon. Hopefully. How to eat the wall of flesh? With bees. You were talking about post-Plantera progression issues earlier. You've been abandoning playtime, sometimes pre-cultist. Playthrough, sometimes pre-cultist. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the point in the game where it starts to fizzle out. That's usually the point in time where I just go, okay, I kind of just want to finish the game. I'm going to go fight the cultist and beat it. Moved off fast enough, you can double the time for the mech bosses in theory? No. I don't think it is, at least. It still takes, like, 10 or 15 seconds to actually skip to the next night. I did increase world size, yeah. Skeletron Prime also wouldn't unenrage if you were to do that. It's not weird stuff, it's genius stuff. Okay. We've got a lot of honey. Not a lot of hive. Let's do some shimmering. That was a bit much. I shimmer it back. Damn. Where does that get us? 48. I need more honey. Plenty of stingers, plenty of bottled honey. Over 1,000 years old? Yeah, and it looked damn good for it. Yeah, they added shimmering honey blocks into Hive, which makes Hive renewable. Thank you, Neepeepee. How does this work? It's pretty simple. In Terraria, bees are able to damage other enemies, and Queen Bee, when a bee is in the world, is also able to damage other enemies. I can use Queen Bee to damage other enemies, and I can also use bees. That's pretty much it. Okay, this should be enough to make the rest of the summons we wanted. Got 48 right now. This gets us to 101 Abeeminations. Where do I want to fight the Destroyer? Probably not at spawn. Skeletron? I've got Hive over there, which is a convenient spot to summon Queen Bee, and I can also enrage her easily. Yeah, I'll go fight her over there. And I think I'll bring a bed, too. I can make a honey bed. Wait, no, I would need the honey crafting thing to make that. Any wood? Yeah, I've wood. And bed. Put away. Don't need you, don't need you. Get you away. We ran out of bottled honey. I'll keep the hives. Turtle shells can go away. I'm gonna craft together my philosopher's stone of this band of regen. Where's my Tinkerler's workshop? Down here. Okay, charm of myths. I would like wings, but I really do feel that the best way to do this would be to get wings post-mech, so hopefully we can just kill the destroyer like this. Fine without it. Okay. I'll have to do this the following night. Oh, I also need vertebra. I don't have vertebra or rotten chunks. I don't think I have any. I'll need that for a destroyer summon. Which I suppose just means where's the corruption? There's crimson over there. Yeah, okay. The jungle over there, there's jungle over there. They're either armored or warding dial. So 6. 6 vertebra. Vertebra is actually kind of tricky to get. Should have bought a water candle. It's fine. I feel like rotten chunks would be easier. Problem is that get to a corruption. Can I? There's a corruption past the jungle here. Okay, here's what I can do. I can go to this ocean. Hopefully, by the time Queen Bee shows up here, we'll have some crimson enemies spawned in. Crim Slime, Blood Mummy. None of you are helpful. Herpling, you don't drop vertebra. Is there anything I could shimmer for vertebra? No, not really. There's a Chimera. You might drop some. Bloodcrawler. Okay, we've got 2 1 in 3 chances. Right now, Queen Bee's not doing anything because there's no bees in the world. Now she can actually damage stuff. Okay, another Chimera. There's 1 vertebra. We get 1. We got 1. Okay. Need some more. Slimes. Okay. We'll give her a little bit more time and do that again. And then just keep doing that until we get enough. Crim Slime and Blood Mummy can drop blindfold. Yes. Herplings. Okay, face monster. Spawn some bees. Come on, go. Why is your dungeon farm not working? It's been tiered. The walls are natural, but no dungeon mobs, just cavern mobs. Are you sure you put in the correct walls? Can you break the walls from the middle? If you can break the walls from the middle, they're not natural. If you need to break them from an edge, they are natural. This is called edging. Oh yeah, you need dungeon bricks too. If you don't have those. Okay, there's another vertebra. That's 2. Sounds like something was over here. It's been a ghostly ghoul guy. A ghastly fella. Okay, 2 out of 6. Do I just wait for Queen Bee to get over here? I mean, we have Bloodcrawler and Face Monster. Nah, she's gonna take way too long to get over here. You need dungeon bricks, you need unsafe walls, and you need to be standing in front of the walls. Are you standing in front of the walls? Why does Queen Bee not despawn? She just doesn't. That's how she works. I imagine they made it like that to represent her being very angry at you breaking her larva. You can't just teleport away from accidentally breaking a Queen Bee larva, but she just doesn't despawn. That's how the boss works. I'm not relogic. I can't tell you exactly why. Okay, 3. What point does it become worth it to farm Ankh? I mean, on stream, I don't think it's ever going to be worth farming for Ankh. I maybe would make some farms off stream, but it would just take a very long time. I mean, you saw how long it took to set up just the one Stinger farm, which also functions as Bazaar farm. I mean, it would probably just be repurposing that to kill different enemies. If we remove the jungle, then now it farms armor polish. Okay. We're at 3. Halfway there. If we made it a dungeon, then it potentially farms Nazar's. But I probably would just farm the, what goes with Nazar? Trifold map? No, that goes with the plan. I'd probably just farm pixies, I think. I forget which one it is exactly, but... What exactly is this playthrough? I need to kill enemies using bees and queen bees. Bees meaning bees, not bees. Right now, I'm trying to get a vertebra to summon the destroyer. Because I want to fight the destroyer. And... it's kind of difficult to get vertebra. Megaphone. Yeah, that sounds right. The Infusion why I had Star Fury to light up caves. Star Fury is not a weapon, it's a tool. Come on. Okay. 1 Chimera. Do Zenith Seed, 2x game speed, 30x enemy spawns, 1 HP hardcore challenge. Is this, like, funny to... like, is that your idea of, like, a good joke? It's not. But it's just not. I mean... get better material. You're repeating the same half-assed jokes that the community's been making for over a decade. It wasn't really funny then, it's certainly not funny now. You love that this game is only 600 multibytes? Yeah, Terraria is really small. Makes it convenient, also makes it very easy to run. Is this challenge actually fun and enjoyable? Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? Where does Queen Bee rank compared to other weapons? Certainly better than, like, the lawnmower. And Copper Short Sword. And probably better than the flare gun with cursed flares. Jury's still out on that one. We'll have to see how she fares against hard mode bosses. I mean, she did decently against wyverns up until the point where she died. Okay, 3 Chimera. One of these guys should drop vertebra. I'm lucky all 3. That one didn't. That one didn't. That one didn't. Okay, fuck me, I guess. I'm just getting out of your hand in your world, mech, post-mech free Plantera. I mean, you can buy a Contaminator if you want, but... the spread will slow down after you kill Plantera. So doing that as quickly as possible helps to slow it down. Corruption would be so much better for this. And I have corruption over there, but it's very difficult to get to. Okay, 1 blood crawler. Is that all we're gonna get? Spread to your base. Well, your best option for uncontaminating your or uncorruptioning your base would be the Contaminator, generally speaking. Just get one. Stopping it before it spreads to your base is ideal. You can also just spam sunflowers all over the place, which will let you live in crimsoned or corrupted areas. Or you can just move your base. Deserts corrupt very quickly. It's difficult to stop deserts from getting corrupted. They're the fastest corrupting biome. Usually you just accept that your desert is going to be either corrupted or hollowed. Splashing down hollow with hollowed seeds or holy water can help. As Crimson can't spread to the hollow, they're mutually exclusive with each other. Also can't spread to mushroom biomes. You get blue solution and spread mushroom biome on your jungle edges to stop it from being corrupted. What's the run? I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory looking at the screen right now. Jesus Christ, can you guys drop some vertebra? What the hell? Oh. Is Dark Blue Solution post-Plantera, really? Why? Seriously? Why would it be post-Plantera? Basically, yeah, Queen Bee is a weapon. Right now, I'm trying to get Vertebra so I can summon the Destroyer. I just can't get Vertebra to drop from any of these Crimson enemies. I have 3. Yeah, the Truffle's hard mode. The Truffle's not post-Plantera. It's just the Truffle doesn't really sell anything useful before Plantera. Yeah, the Truffle can move in from the start of hard mode. He sells the Hammush, post 1 mech boss, and the Mushroom Spear as well. Thought I heard a face monster. Maybe he despawned. Can we get some bees? Thank you. Okay, there's one. Who's ever used Hammush or Mushroom Spear? I think Mushroom Spears are right. Hammush, I've never used. I've wanted to. At one point, but it's post-mech bosses, which kind of killed the... Actually, maybe it's not post-mech bosses. Maybe it was just because it was the Don't Produce Light challenge, and I needed light for the mech boss. Oh, for, the NPC to move in. Gungnir is so underrated. It's fine. I mean, most of the hollowed weapons are pretty good. This is why hard mode Crimson sucks compared to hard mode Corruption. Because in the hard mode Corruption, you can very easily and very conveniently get Rotten Chunks. In the hard mode Crimson, getting Vertebra sucks. Okay. We need one more. Shadow Jousting Lance is fun to mess around with on a mount. Yeah, the Jousting Lances are fun. Hopelings should drop Vertebra? They should. They should. Have a corruption in this world? Yeah, but it's not anywhere near the ocean. And Queen Bee will very quickly reach the local spawn limit with her bees, which then means I can't kill anything. Okay, there we go. There's the 6th. Die on the Crim Slime. Come on. Come on, girl. I heard a mummy. Thought I heard a mummy. Whatever. I'm gonna make a comprehensive guide to health regen. Why? There's not that much that's interesting to say about health regen. Not a particularly interesting mechanic. Okay. After the dungeon, Seto spawn, bass statue, out later. Benfield chat is hidden unless you manually switch from top chat to live chat. Yeah, make sure you have live chat on. YouTube really likes top chat for some reason. We got to the movement speed reforge. I talked about the movement speed reforge on my video on the lucky reforge. It's bad. There's really not very much to say about it. I mean, it's bad. Here's your comprehensive guide to movement speed. Sucks. Oh, right. Hold on. Okay, hopefully I can make it there fast enough. Put the abominations. Put the fast statue down. I don't know that this is going to go particularly well, but I'm going to give it a shot. Should you buy the orange Zapinator? If it's not a, like, super expensive investment, sure. It's a good weapon. Hopefully I can amass a large number of bees before spawning the destroyer. That would be beneficial. Drink these potions now. Since Queen Bee's fully enraged, she's very aggressive about spawning bees, which hopefully should allow us to amass a large number in the next 30 seconds. I believe in you, Queen Bee. What else did I want? I wanted to set up these hornet statues. Okay. Here goes. Come on, Queen Bee. Come on. Come on, go. Come on. We're gonna need some bees, girl. Summon bees. Please. I need bees. Do something. What the fuck are you doing? Hold on. I need to... Wait. Now we're dead now. Okay. I need to... have bees down. We have enemy statues. I don't want to kill Queen Bee. I want Queen Bee to be alive. I didn't set my spawn. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and grab a mechanical worms, because I'm not farming for more vertebra. That was that took long enough the first time. Okay. That was not bad, though. We just quickly reached a point where Queen Bee decided she didn't want to do anything. Which was mildly inconvenient. It's not cheating because I make the rules. It's impossible to cheat at a game you make yourself. Back to hive spam. No, we don't need to do that yet. Now, I will make some extra hives. I should have extra... I'll probably spend a bit of time getting some extra honey blocks for hives, because that will help us supplement our damage if we need it. Most of our damage there was coming from bees, I think. I need developers in tournaments? What? What? Developer... like, stuff like Game Jam? I'm not very familiar with, like, developer tournaments. Yeah, that damage... I mean, we were hurting the destroyer. Quite a lot, actually. Especially with that original chunk of bees. The other nice thing is Queen Bee gives us a constant influx of health blocks. Or of hearts to heal ourselves. Which makes it easy to stay alive. We kind of got screwed over there because I let the destroyer lick me. Because I was too busy trying to get Queen Bee to run into him. Okay. Hopefully this will be a good amount, and we can propel ourselves to victory. Shimmer into Hive. Wait. Shimmer into Hive. What potions or buffs do you think are useless or close to useless? Well... I'm not going to count the, like, cosmetic potions. Stuff like Stink or Love Potion. I think Ammo Reservation is probably the most useless potion in the game. That actually has an effect. It's alright with the Star Cannon and the Coin Gun. And... like, when you're contaminating stuff. That's about it. It's just really, really, really useless for the vast majority of purposes because ammo is very low value. Does Thorns do much? Thorns is good. Thorns reflects 100% of the damage you would take before defense. It's quite good for defensive builds. And even for non-defensive builds, I mean, it's free damage. Titan Potion. Titan Potion can be really good against the Wall of Flesh with the additional knockback that it gives you. That's the main niche for the Titan Potion. It's good for other stuff too, but primarily I feel like the Wall of Flesh is when it's particularly nice. Recall Potions are phenomenal. Recall Potions are one of the best potions in the game. What are you talking about? In fact, I would say that Recall Potions are the best potion in the game. Not including, like, healing potions. It's not immediately obvious, which may make Recall Potions seem bad, but Recall Potions are drastically better than the Magic Mirror, because Recall Potions are very nearly instantaneous, whereas the Magic Mirror takes about a second to actually function. Which means if you're in a dangerous situation and you want to get out of it, Recall Potions will get you out of that situation instantly. Magic Mirrors will take about a second to actually get you out of there, which is not good if you're in a dangerous situation like in hardcore. Bottle of water is not a potion. Okay. Sleep till morning, try again. You can drink it while drowning to heal a little. You can also eat a mushroom. You can also eat a fish. Water walking potion? No, water walking is good. Sure, you can obsolete water walking potions through the use of Terraspark boots. But Terraspark boots are a huge investment, and water walking potions are pretty easy to get. You'll often just find them in chests. It's nearly instant. It's not instant, but it's very nearly instant. I'm aware, Skeleton Master. However, you cannot use bottled honey without... Oh, you cannot use bottled honey while you have potion sickness, as a buff. Yeah, the main niche of water walking potions is using it to walk on lava, when you're mining in the lava layer without needing Terraspark boots, which is very nice. Are bee wings better than bat wings? The two are equivalent. They're both post-mech tier wings. Red potion beyond 4 the worthy is useless. Yes, but it's also a joke potion. It's not real. Minor luck potion? I mean, luck potions... Yeah, they're not very good. But... I feel like they're more something you make incidentally to buff your drop rates or whatever, rather than going out of your way for. But if you were going out of your way for luck potions, yeah, I don't think they're very good. Red potion outside get fixed, boy, for the worthy. Won't you just use obsidian skin potion? You likely have some sort of mobility by the time you get in hell. Several things. One, there's lava above hell. And if you're mining in the lava layer, being able to walk on lava is very helpful. 2, obsidian skin potions don't let you walk on lava. If you're in the underworld with obsidian skin potions, you're going to fall in giant pits of lava, which can be very difficult to get out of. Even with some mobility like a double jump, you can very easily fall to the bottom of pits. 3, if you're like fighting the wall of flesh on lava, or really fighting anything, obsidian skin doesn't let you walk on them, whereas being able to walk on them with water walking can be very convenient, especially if they have gravity and they'll sink into the lava. Luck potions affect opening crates. I believe luck has an influence on crate drops. I think that's why opening crates near luck is a good thing. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with treasure bags, though. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I don't really mess with luck very often. Okay, we're gonna let Queen Bee spawn as many bees as she can in the next... over the course of the next minute. Missed armor set relative to progression. I don't know. Jungle armor? Probably. How do you get oysters? Fishing in the desert. What did 1 point of damage to Queen Bee? Have you killed any hardmode bosses yet? Nope. Okay. Move on to Queen Bee number 2. Wait, I was supposed to make somewhere to spawn bees. Come on, Queen Bee. Oh, okay, Fallen Star helping me out. Come on. Queen bee is not summoning enough bees is the problem. I mean, she's not taking the damage that I want her to take. Oh, is the nurse dead? Convenient. Okay. Wait, that's... What the hell's a hornet doing up there? What? Can you get hornets on the surface if, well, you must be able to. If there's honey or hive blocks up there. I didn't know that was possible. Queen bee, can you get killed, please? I need hearts. I don't know if we're doing enough damage for this. Trying my hardest, but my damage is really front-loaded with the bees. That's not enough. We're probably gonna have to drop a bunch of beehives over the course of the fight, I think. Queen bee herself isn't doing enough damage. Okay, let's obtain some beehives then. Well, the intention of the hives was not actually to do damage to the destroyer. This time, though, the intention of the hives will be to do damage to the destroyer. Yeah, Queen Bee dies too quickly and the destroyer is too much HP. We can resummon her, but we run into the problem of not having enough time. If we had unlimited time, we could do that. No, I'll probably just go into an all items world and pick up a bunch of beehives. I mean, I could sit here and throw honey bombs at water, and then get water bombs and throw honey bombs at them for hours. Or I could just go pick up a bunch of honey. Beehives. 4 more queen bees down. Rest in peace, queen bee. Maybe if we had Flesh Knuckles and a much tankier build, we could afford to sit there and have Queen Bee charge into the Destroyer. But I still don't think it would be enough damage. That was about a quarter of the way through the fight, and we only had the Destroyer maybe a 6th or a 7th of the way dead. And most of our damage was front-loaded by all the bees that Queen Bee spawned at the very beginning of the fight. We'll have 2 magic mirrors, 1 for each eye. You look into different ones to teleport home. Otherwise, it would be kind of awkward. You might get stuck. Okay. Let's get a bunch of hives. I might have taken all the hives from this world. That's fine. We'll craft them. Which means I need to go to blocks. Find hive. Wow, this is laggy. Hey, Felix, thank you. Crafting stations here. Oh, this doesn't count as a graveyard. Okay, I can make them in my world. Can't use an accessory that releases bees? Nope, the whole point is to use hostile bees, not friendly bees. I mean, a person could do that, but that's not the challenge. I'm not going to do that. Just immediately beset by wraiths. Gotta keep deleting the graveyard. That's generally inconvenient to have. It causes enemies to spawn when I don't want them to. It's not very difficult to set back up. This time you're not watching at school? That's good. I'd have to report you to your teachers, the proper authorities, if you were. Come on. Okay. Now, I think we can take care of the destroyer. Okay. And, I mean, we're basically doing the same thing again. Except this time we have the reinforcements of 1,885 beehives. Which, with any luck, will be sufficient to kill the destroyer. These bees do a lot of damage. It's just time limits are tricky. And sure, we could be playing on journey mode and giving ourselves infinite time or something, but it's more interesting to play with the limitations of the clock. Because we could just sit here and fight with low damage for hours with anything. I think Queen Bee will do a better job staying alive against the other mech bosses. I hope. I mean, she dashes into the destroyer, and she does not come out of that trade very well. Have I ever played Tetris? Yes. Ever know you can make beehives? Yep. 5 hive blocks at a graveyard. Makes beehives. Okay. I'm gonna put a spot to make some bees spawn up here in case we need them. Yeah, Waffle Time gifted a bunch of memberships earlier. Means I probably need to, like, actually put thought into my YouTube memberships again. It's been a while. I mostly just switched over to Patreon. I think the Hive Pack is viable late game with the Wasp Gun compared to something like a Charm of Myths. I don't know, dude. Those are completely different accessories. I mean, one is a survival accessory and the other one's a damage accessory. The Wasp Gun isn't particularly good in the first place, so I don't think the Hive Pack is going to make it, like, extremely good. It's usable. If you want to use the Wasp Gun, I think you should use the Hive Pack with it, but then would it donate? I would suggest just subscribing to my Patreon. I'm content with that. YouTube does have built-in donations, but YouTube's donations are kind of shit because, YouTube takes like a 33% cut, which is quite a lot. I was gonna set up something else, then I just kind of got sidetracked and never did. Like a Kohi or something. But yeah, I mean, if you want to use the Wasp Gun, use the Hive Pack with it, but I don't think using the Hive Pack with the Wasp Gun will turn it into, like, a very good weapon. They try to take 25%? I think they take like 15%. I don't think it's 25%. I mean, I haven't checked the exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's not that high. I have 93 Abeeminations to summon bees. I mean, I'm pretty sure Patreon just takes like a several percentage cut plus flat value whenever you transfer to withdraw the money. It's been a minute, but it's definitely better than YouTube. What would you do if a meteor was coming to Earth? Probably nothing. I mean, meteors hit Earth all the time. If you change the live chat full screen, then back to not full screen, it goes back to top chat. Huh. Thank you, Memsies. Those rain clouds want me dead? I mean, I would too if I was a rain cloud that was angry. I mean, that sort of anger really fills a person's heart with rage. Here's your life savings. Oh, thank you. You're gonna, like, start a new life? Get new savings? Okay. Start amassing the bees. It's time to begin. Having Queen Bee be slightly enraged would be ideal here, because she spawns bees faster the lower HP she has. Come on. Come on, get the Nimbus. Come on. There we go. Okay, Queen Bee. Yeah, there we go. Oh, a Nimbus rod. That was your last life? What are you, a cat? Just go to the live store, get new ones. Okay, take 3. I believe. I shouldn't, but I do. Come on. There we go. Alright, Queen Bee. Want to dash at me, girl? Yep. Okay. Queen B2. Oh, there's a big lag spike there. Okay, Queen Bee immediately got melted by touching the Destroyer's body there. Queen Bee 3. Need more bee. Bee supplies are dwindling. We must construct additional bee lawns. Queen B4. Oh god. Hold on. Don't let that touch me. Oh wait, she's still alive. I thought she died. You got no bees. Hold on. There we go. Alright, queen b5. Queen b6. We have so many hoats dropping all over the place from all the bees and probes. We're on pace to do this. Queen b7. Are probes infinite, Master? No. Each destroyer segment has one probe for 80 total. Although I don't actually remember. Maybe his yeah, that's what I wanted to not have happen. Fine, that's what all the hoats are for. I'm focusing a lot on micromanaging Queen Bee, that I'm not paying the most attention to the destroyer himself. Alright, he's halfway dead and we're less than halfway through the night, so we got a good pace going here. Just don't let him lick me. Oh, inside his body. What are we on? Queen b8? I think we're on Queen b8. Hold on, yeah, it's Queen b8. Queen b9? Queen b10? Yeah, his licks, I don't think there's any situation it would one-shot me. I have a worm scarf and quite a lot of defense, but it's gonna hurt. Ah, he got hit by a falling star. That means we're gonna get him in the bestiary. That's annoying. Alright, Queen b11. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I guess I'd have to close off the arena beforehand. Alright, Queen b10. Oh, no, 12. I was going backwards. Who says you need wings in hard mode? Just have obscene amounts of bees and have them lift you. I don't need to fly. I'm being carried by the weight of 1,000,000 bees. Or carried by the strength of 1,000,000 bees. Alright, what is this, 13? Yeah, 13. I'd like Queen Bee to do the final blow, if I can. Queen Bee got hit by the falling star there. He's got 110 HP. Damn it. One of the bees finished him off. Oh well. Who said you need 80 queens for destroyer? If I was doing the math of Queen Bee only, it would have taken about 80 Queen Bees. But because we had all the bees to back us up, it only took, what, 13? 13 queen bees. How do you get the cement thing for placing blocks fast? It's sold by the traveling merchant. Okay, move the mechanic in here for better prices. What's your bottommost accessory? That's a magiluminescence. Rake in the cash. Ooh, honey goggles. Destroyer bag. The queen bofy. Nimbus rod, dual hook. Equip the goggles, take off the honey. Don't need the wagon. Alright. 13 more bees have fallen. Okay, I think I want to make hollowed bows with right now. I don't think so. I'm gonna go get wings, bee wings, and more souls of night down in the stinger grinder. I think twins would be next. I'll probably try them out tonight. See how that goes. Not like this night in game, but before the end of the stream. We can get bee wings or butterfly wings now. You've never used the magiluminescence? It's good. By this point in the game, you usually wouldn't be using it, but I don't have wings, so... Makes sense. Use it. You have wyvern souls? Yep, we killed wyverns last stream. Queen bee is actually quite effective against wyverns, all things considered. Another Bezos. Have there not been any Souls of Night that dropped? What the hell? It's bizarre. How'd Wall of Flesh go? Yes, Wall of Flesh was very annoying. Destroyer wasn't too bad. The constant influx of hurts helped out a lot. There we go, finally a soul. More interested in a B-wing though. Wish I knew why the tortoises did that. I think hornets have like a 1 in 100 chance, maybe 1 in 150. And moths have a 1 in 2. So we get some moths to spawn. Pretty much. That's very good odds for wings. That's why moths are really nice. You ever wondered why I like moths so much? It's because they're basically a free high tier wing. Well, high tier being relative. For the stage of the game mods appear at. They're really good. Yeah, we had to fight Wall of Flesh a lot of times. Probably did like 5 hours of prep for the Wall of Flesh. It was bad. It was very, very... Oh, wait. Hold on. That's why this is going poorly. I didn't fucking turn on the dummy engine. No wonder this is taking ages. And nothing's showing up correctly. There we go. Now the farm actually works. I'd see you, Jaguar. We're also only one away from, having enough for beetle armor. That's nice. I'll probably use a mixed beetle armor set. Or a mixed total armor set. For Plantera. I don't want to use actual total armor because the damage reflection... Oh, did I undo my spawn? Oh, I must have invalidated it by destroying those blocks. When you read Queen Bee only, you imagine at least one Queen Bee that you used to kill mobs. It's so tough to do so. Right now, yeah, it's not really... I mean, you want to see what happens if we summon Queen Bee here? I can show you. It's pretty straightforward. This invalidated it. You summon Queen Bee. Enemies stop spawning because the boss takes up all the spawn slots. She does... I mean, she loses in a fight to a tortoise in damage. The tortoise will kill Queen Bee before Queen Bee kills the tortoise. Like... It doesn't work. For farming regular enemies like this. Now, for boss fights, we've been using Queen Bee plenty. But it's completely infeasible to use Queen Bee to farm regular enemies like this. So yes, it is that difficult to use Queen Bee. Because it's not possible. It's just not possible to do this with Queen Bee. We would not be farming these. And the challenge rules are such that I can use beehives. I'd let myself use them. So I'm going to. I'd really like to get a hatted bee wing. I want bee wings. I think they're thematic and they're just a nice pair of wings. What's the drop rate on B-Wings? Is it 1%? Is it 1 in 150? I don't actually remember. I'm gonna save and quit to despawn some of these guys. Drop rate for the Tattered B-Wing. Comes from Moss Hornets. 1 in 100. Okay. 1 in 100's not bad. 1 in 150 on all difficulties. Okay, I mean 1 in 150 still isn't that bad. I mean, we're going through a lot of Moss Hornets. We kill them fairly quick. Is that a B-Wing? No. I think it was just a piece of gore. Oh, Yellets. Big Yellets. It's 1 in 100 on all difficulties. That's a 1.4.4. Okay. I mean, that's super reasonable as a drop rate. I'm sure we've already killed over 100 Moss Hornets, but a lot of them were before we could get the B-Wing to drop. You bring out the most complex strategies and glitches to beat the game with the map open the whole time? Do you mean this? Or do you mean this? Because these are two completely different questions. This is doable. This isn't. What do Moss Hornets just unlock a new drop? They used to drop it all the time, but then they rebalanced wing tiers. So that the post-mech wings could only drop after killing the mech bosses. I mean, strictly speaking, all jungle enemies unlock a new drop, because the Yellets only drops after a mech boss. In pre-hard mode, everything in the bottom of the world unlocks that yo-yo to drop. Mods unlock butterfly dust. It is a bit silly, but it's not unprecedented, and it's a decision they made when they were rebalancing wing tiers. I'm not like in love with the decision. I think the wing tier rebalance was could have been executed better in a couple ways. It did lead to the players' capabilities being more balanced, but it also led to you constantly just being faced with, okay, I can upgrade my wing to the next tier after meeting the next progression point. And I have one of 3 options to do that. On the fandom wiki? Yeah, there's a problem. I just put wiki.gg on all my searches. Have the official wiki pop up. On the bite side, we're getting a lot of stingers from this. That's cool. Man, this B-wing does not want to drop, huh? You got the Google search website block extension, so you already know how you ended up on the fandom wiki. Delete all instances of fandom wiki from your history, too. I don't know. Maybe the extension just doesn't work perfectly. Oh, there's turtle shell number 3. I gotta get rid of some of this stuff. Goblin. Take these. Take these extra Bazoors. Take these Yellets. Sparkling honey. Goodie bags. Violet husks. Fallen stars. On topic of extensions, if anyone doesn't know the shorts blocker thing yet, you should definitely get it, especially if you're prone to doom scrolling. Huh? Shorts? What? What's wrong with shorts? What else are you gonna wear in hot weather? Just block anyone that's wearing shorts? How does it even work? People doom scroll on PC. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Sponsors on YouTube are kind of egregious. I mean, advertisements or people taking sponsorships? There's sponsor block? I don't know what sponsor block does. It's not rare to see a video with a 20% sponsor. There we go. There's a B-wing. You know, something with the opposite mechanic to knockback in Terraria, something that sometimes you want to stick to a target instead of knocking it away. Ooh, and they're armored. That's nice. Yeah, I'll swap Match of Luminescence now. Oh, that takes some getting used to. Okay, now I am going to swap Pearl Sand and get Souls of Light down in that farm. I'm also probably going to unjungle it so we can get armored skeletons, which hopefully will drop armor polish for the Ankh Shield. Absorb of Magic Luminescence. Bees inflict poisoned. And the extra mobility is pretty unnecessary. Hollow. I need Pearl Stone. Do I not have Pearl Stone? I do. Swap all this to mud. Oh, we got chlorophyte growing in our our farm. It swapped mud to chlorophyte spontaneously. I don't even... What are even the conditions for that happening? It's just a random chance? Over time? What are the conditions that lead to mud turning into chlorophyte? Okay. Jungle's over. Let's get rid of Crimson. Well, it takes half as many... Well, actually less than half as many hollowed blocks to make a hollow compared to a Crimson. That noise machine? That is a dummy engine. It's used for sending wiring signals every game tick. In this case, we're using it with our Hoik to rapidly send enemies into a box that I can put bees in to kill them. Just random if it's jungle biome? Okay. And right now, if you missed it, we're making a hollow biome so we can get Souls of Light from the same farm, because I don't want to build another one. So we just repurpose this one. And we need Souls of Light to summon the twins, which is why we care. Portal Ultra Kill? Is Ultra Kill still under development? I wanted to go back and play Ultra Kill when it's finished. I don't like playing games that are not completed because usually I'll get burnt out on them and then never play them when they are actually done. Late 2025. Okay. Done sometime in 2026. Alright, let's start getting our Souls of Light. Armor Polish is one of the trickier Arm Shield pieces to get, so if I can get Armored Skeletons doing this, it'll be really convenient. Or really, if I can get enough Armored Skeletons, I'll get some. Thankfully, we don't have hollowed blocks over there, which means we won't get Chaos Elementals, and I think the swords too, but I'm not certain on those. Chaos Elementals, though, definitely need Fillstone to spawn on. You have the squishing sound? Yeah, it's a nice hurt sound. Go, my bees. Go, my bees. Alright, more enemies coming in. Beehives also used to be way better. Before, I think it was 1.4.4, bees actually didn't give iframes. So all of the bees would immediately deal damage at the same time to enemies, and you just insta-kill stuff. It was a speedrun strategy for Joni mode speedruns for a while. You'd get infinite beehives, spawn a bunch of them, then insta-kill bosses. Same thing with explosive bunnies. Both of them had iframes added to them, so they no longer insta-killed stuff. These bees sure like taking the money. Where is all this money going? Are the bees just picking it up? I've killed a lot of enemies here, and there's not very much money. Oh, we've killed a lot of enemies. It was a team effort. Okay. We've got enough Swords of Light to summon the twins. No armor polish, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll leave us at that. Okay. Fighting the twins. Fighting the twins. I should go revamp my arena. Do I have I don't have lenses, do I? I don't have I have Cthulhu summons, which I can shimmer to get lenses. Okay. Okay. Mechanical eye. We'll have to get bones, too, at some point, which, I guess we'll just have to kill stuff in the dungeon. Shouldn't be too hard, though. Let's upgrade our defenses a bit. 16, 12, 11... Hollowed Mask. We'll save the rest. Get just one extra point of defense. We've got money, so I may as well try to eke out a little bit of extra defense from my Reforges. We've got our wings now. I'm gonna want to do some more arena building. These potions are probably fine. I'll probably make a builder potion. Just for expanding the arena. Okay. Let's go for Wormscope's probably not too expensive and it'll be worthwhile. Got 11 platinum. Well, they sure don't like the warding reforge. It's the bees. It's all the bees. The Goblin Tinker is just 37 bees in a goblin suit. There we go. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go for the Tremor Myths. There we go. Extra defense. Yeah, I mean, why not? We have money. If I get armored again, I'll probably stick with it. Okay. Ah, we can go. We got still plenty of money. There we go. Okay. Obsidian shield? Why not? It'll be a while before we upgrade it to an arc shield. And it's pretty cheap. So, buzzing. Dummy engine triggering pressure plates. I just never turned it off. Okay. Gives us an extra 3 points of defense. I don't think the B-wings are worth it. We're going to replace them after a bit. Okay. Defense obtained. We have our potion buffs. Our arena buffs are already there. I'm going to want to expand the arena a little bit using my stone platforms. Let me make some more stone platforms, just in case I want more. And I really have no idea how this is going to go. I think Queen Bee will be able to survive for longer against the twins, which is good. But it's really going to come down to how well the bees can actually hit the twins. And I have no idea how that's going to go. Oh, you know what? I could look for a life fruit to get an Aegis fruit. Will she get the Cursed Inferno? No, I don't believe she will. Queen Bee and bees only take and deal contact damage. I don't believe they deal poisoned debuffs to enemies, and I don't believe they take debuffs from enemies. They just strictly trade their contact damage with each other. If we need a teleporter setup, we'll make a teleporter setup, but we'll see if that's the case first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's nice to finally get wings. I will make some little bee boxes. The corruption's starting to encroach on us. Reduce the size of this. And increase the size of this. We need more rotten chunks for any reason. This is the place to be. This is probably enough space. I don't want to go too far because I don't want to be too far from my jungle in case I need to resummon Queen Bee, which I'm sure I will need to. We've got a little bee spawning platform here. Next up, let me make some bee boxes. This is a little bee box. Put some bees in there. And honestly, that's probably enough. We'll just stick with that. Okay. I'll turn this on. And maybe I'll make another platform higher up. On the off chance we need it. More space is always good. The interesting thing about bees is I'm pretty sure in hard mode, the small bees actually do more damage than the large bees. Okay, I'm gonna... Let's see. Check real quick, see if there's an Aegis fruit that grew anywhere over here. Or a life fruit to turn into an Aegis fruit. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, let me, make a real door. Spawn, teleport away. Want to do a bee item only run once? I never had interest in bee item only, but this is essentially my take on what would be a true pacifist run. In the sense that you're just using bees to kill everything. Is there a bunny in that slime? There's a bunny in that slime. Oh, it's a kite. Okay. I have to farm the nupticals for small bees. We'll see how it goes. Doot doot. Sponsor. Sponsor. I'm gonna spawn in Queen Bee so she has time to spawn bees. We're just gonna sit here for 2 minutes, letting her spawn as many bees as she wants. Apparently that number of bees is 0. She doesn't feel like spawning any bees. There we go. Yeah. It's an interesting consequence of the whole Queen Bee thing, where because of the hard mode enemy scaling, the bees just get drastically better than Queen Bee does as we get into hard mode. I mean, you can see it with just how much damage she deals compared to them. It's going to get more egregious post-Plantera. So at this point, it's turning more into Queen Bee is just the vehicle to spawn bees. And I also kind of have to assist her in spawning bees for some fights, because she just gets herself killed. This is basically an escort quest for Queen Bee, where we're trying to keep Queen Bee alive so that she can give us the necessary tools to beat the game, which are the bees. And Queen Bee's the annoying quest NPC that keeps getting herself killed. Escort quest, except she dies over and over? Yeah, so an escort quest. Okay, any second now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Damn, that would have been cool if I was actually right. Okay, I need these bees to aggro to the twins. There we go. We got someone. Retinaser. Spasmatism. Ooh. Ooh, those bees are slow. Okay. Bit of a tricky situation there. We gotta be kind of stationary. I gotta get the bees to actually go into the twins, which they don't seem to want to do. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Not very quickly, but... I don't know about this one. On the bright side, Queen Bee is actually doing something this time. And it's actually pretty helpful. I don't know if we're gonna have the damage for this. Maybe. It's gonna be close. I need to stand still. That's what I need to do. Me moving around is causing the twins to move, which is causing them to not get bead. I have to allow the bees to get to them, which means I need to barely move. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard is this run? It's a particular type of difficulty. I mean, it's certainly not easy, but it has its own challenges. Certainly more difficult than most. I don't know about this. I don't know. The standing still strategy is helping our DPS quite a lot. I need a way to spawn bees from right here. Okay. We have to resummon Queen Bee in a sec. About to die. So she's not about to die. We'll definitely kill Retinator by the end of the night. That much is for sure. I'm more face-tanking bees than I am face-tanking the twins specifically. I'm getting iframes that are making things easy. Retinator's really not taking a whole lot of damage. I need him to take more. It's gonna be close. We're definitely gonna kill Spasmatism. Retinator's a big maybe. Spaz is about to go phase 2, which could also complicate things a lot. I need to deploy defenses for when he's in phase 2. Which is gonna mean this. Go for Spasmatism, come on. Okay, both sides. I think we can do it. It's gonna be really close. Thankfully, Spasmatism... Actually, can I just stay here? Oh, I think I can just stand here. I have iframes from the bees. Okay. Okay, we can do this. I need the bees to release themselves. Okay. Both in phase 2. I hope we have enough for Retinator. He's really making this difficult for me. They're not doing it anymore. Oh, damn. I don't think I was going to do that anyway. I don't think we had the time right. Okay. I need to, from the beginning of the fight, do that better. Specifically, I kind of need to stay in that box from the beginning of the fight. We wouldn't have had the damage to kill Retinazer, though. Because we just weren't dealing enough DPS to him at the start of the fight. Okay. Let's get some more hives. We have another summon that we can craft. We have 3 more lenses. We should have 3 more lenses. Yeah, we do. Okay. Can't put eye. Let's import another builder's workshop. Get more hives. Okay, furniture. Alright, that was the wrong one. It's the old world. Okay. So what I want to do differently this time, I'm going to buy some teleporters. Some switches. Specifically, to allow me to transport myself to the jungle and resummon Queen Bee without much difficulty. To avoid having to move the twins out of their spot. I'm also going to make a builder potion for the extra range. To allow me to place them from further away. Okay. Let's get to engineering this arena. We've got our potion buff still. That's all fine. We've got our bunny kite still. That's all fine. And we don't need these extra mechanical worms. I grabbed those from the workshop anyway in case we had to fight them multiple times. You have 2 dungeons? No. Put a little teleporter in here. Oh, no, not you. Okay. And then I want it so that the hives... Okay, good. They're rolling in that direction. I want them about there. And then here, I also want them to roll in this direction, away from me. And then we need to get them to Retinazer, which is the difficult part. This rolls away. Rolls away. I think to about here is where Spasmatism will be. But this will let us damage Spasmatism easily. Now for Retinazer. I don't know. He's going to be staying up here or up here. A bit further to the side, more like up there. I'll have bees from Queen Bee. I could potentially do something like this. And then get some actuators. And another switch. This one needs a lever. A blue wrench. The Imp Staff. The main thing with the Imp Staff is just that it has iframe issues with itself, which makes using a lot of imps at once kind of bad, because you usually only benefit from a couple of them and the rest are a bit superfluous. I think that's generally what people who are criticizing the Imp Staff are criticizing it for. Oh, and it's useless underwater. But yeah, Skeletron Prime. We'll have to see how well the twins go here. So I'm gonna set this up to disable all of these. The idea is when Retinazer hits phase 2, we shouldn't need these anymore and we can turn them off. We have, like, our DPS is there. It's just that for the first several minutes, we weren't dealing it properly. Also, are you considering the fact that the twins' health bar is split between 2 entities? Like, Minecarp is the best item in the game? No. The Phoenix Blaster. Okay. Get all the stuff out of here. Don't care about you. 2 more bee relics to add to the graveyard. Get you out of here. Potions are set. Beehives are set. Summons are set. Set spawn over there. Probably swap to cross necklace, honestly. Builder potion is set. Timing is set. Honey. I wanted a bucket of honey. It lets you go fast underwater. Okay. I don't live underwater. I'm not a fish. And if I was a fish, I would move fast underwater anyway. Unless I was one of those slow fishes. But I wouldn't be. Because I'm dexterous. But Cope? Cope is like the lamest fish. Have you played Stardew Valley? Cope is like the worst fish. And Stardew Valley is canon to everything in the universe. Song changed. Okay. I mean, if we're dealing that damage from the start of the fight, we'll be fine this time. Oh lord, you just made the Ivy Whip instead of the actual whip, and you just spent 3 minutes wondering why it isn't working on Skeletron. Yeah. The Snap Thorn is the whip, the Ivy Whip is the grappling hook. What the hell's going on back there? Why is that? Oh, it's from my light pet. No, it's not. That was weird. Why was the background randomly blinking there? You see that? Like, between the trees here, it was just flickering. It's not anymore. But it was. And that's the truth. Does Queen Bee only mean what you think it means? Yep. With assistance from beehives. Let's start with this off so the bees can distribute themselves as needed. Ooh, he got stuck down here. That's not possible. I think everything... This would be easier if everything was one hit. You mean if the bee iframe changes didn't exist? I mean, yeah, we wouldn't have to worry about damage. The main concern here is damage. And if the damage was faster, then it'd be easier. The reason we need to do all this setup is to kill them by the end of the night. Does Queen Bee only even mean? I mean, what does it look like? I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, 3, 2, 1. One of these days I'll get that timing right. There we go. Okay. Find the twins. Okay, they're on Retinator, which I do like. Okay. Interesting, they're bouncing back towards me. Well, they're doing a really good job with Retinator. I need to make a little wall here so that the bees don't bounce back towards me. Okay, I angled my shot to hit Retinator perfectly. We're really kicking the shit out of Retinator now. Hopefully this time... Yeah, okay. Now it properly goes in on Spasm. Right side's awkward. Let's set this up properly. So let me fix that. I gotta get in here and mine that block there. We got too many bees. They're all on me right now. I need them to distribute themselves. Go for them. Come on. They like me too much. I need them to stay on the twins. Go for the twins, come on. Queen bee is not long for this world. There we go, this is what I want. I made the teleporter for. I mean, they were about halfway dead and we're about halfway through the night, so this is exactly the pace we wanted. I think they're going to move around less in phase 2, which should work in my favor. Hopefully. Okay. Retinator's in phase 2. Smash should be following soon. Okay. I think I can just sit still and iframe this. Okay, I think we got this. We need to move these bees, distribute them. Retinator is still being a little bit tough to hit. We get him when he goes down, but not when he's up there. Actually, Queen Bee kind of gets him. We're gonna have to summon Queen Bee again in a moment. Okay. I want them to go out. Okay. Retinager should be dying soon. Strip bees. 8,000 and 5,000. Like torch switching on the background of all action here. Oh, that up there? I didn't even realize that. Alright, 8,000 to go. Retinazer's just about dead. Why is that my profile pic? What do you mean, why? What kind of answer are you expecting? I paid an artist to draw it. It looks good. I don't know. We got this. We have enough damage here. We'll be fine. As long as we can... keep it for Retinazer. Alright. 2,000 to go. Just gotta finish off Spasmodism here. We got about a minute. Go, my bees. Yeah, we got this. Piece of cake. Right. I want Queen Bee to finish him off. Get him. I mean, she was there. Okay, now we have to do Skeletron, and I'm gonna leave that one for tomorrow. The thing with Skeletron is, ooh. Well, no, we have the bee wings. Bees make sense thematically. The thing with Skeletron is, on the one hand, he has less overall HP than the twins. And he also tends to stay relatively still. But he also has high defense. Higher than the Twins or Destroyer, especially when he's spinning. He also... well, these are worth a lot. He has more health than Spasmodism has, but less than Spasmodism plus Retinazer has. And that fight kind of relied on being able to damage both Spasmodism and Retinazer at the same time. And Skeletron has all of the hands that distract things. So this could be really tough. This is on Master Mode, which I believe is the best difficulty to be doing this on because of damage scaling. Bee damage scales better than boss health. I don't know about Skeletron Prime. I mean, absolute worst case scenario, we can... I'm sure we'll kill his hands by the end of the night, and we could just AFK with an enraged Skeletron and a Queen Bee spawning bees, and like eventually Skeletron would probably die. Maybe. Hopefully. I'm not even 100% sure on that one. Let me check Skeletron's stats. He does stay fairly still when he's not spinning, which is nice. Skeletron Terraria. It's 54,000 HP. I know, Skeletron Prime. 53,550 with 24 defense. Meanwhile, Spasmodism has he's got about 10,000 more than Spasmodism. Now, we couldn't damage Spasmatism the entire time. And there's a good chance that we will be able to iframe Skeletron Prime spinning, because we're going to have bees on top of us the entire time. There is a reasonable possibility that by standing completely still, ensuring that we've got bees on Skeletron the entire time, just don't move, keep him there, we might be able to kill him. But it's gonna be really close. There was downtime against Spasmatism. We weren't... Is there some sort of despawning bug with Skeletron? Yeah, there is, but the odds of that coming up within one 9-minute long fight is unlikely. It usually happened, like every half hour to an hour during Lawnmower only, sometimes longer than that. If he had Skeletron to 2000, could Queen Bee do the rest during Enraged? I mean, the thing is, anything that hits Skeletron when he's enraged is going to do 1 damage. So it would take ages to do 2000. I mean, I would need 2000 bees to do 2000 damage. And assuming the bees attack twice per second, best case scenario, that's 1000 seconds, which is divided by 60. 15 minutes roundabout. A little over 15 minutes. And that's assuming constant uptime on damage, which I don't think would happen. But I think if we keep Skeletron Prime as still as possible, we've got a shot. And we can potentially work in an enraged system afterwards to try to... Yeah, we do have infinite bees. At this point, I'm totally cool with just unlimited bees. I mean, we've got plenty of beehives, we've got plenty of abominations. If the bees can do it, the bees will do it. And if the bees can't do it, then I'll try to find some system to do it in Rage. Skeletron's the last boss with a time limit, so... if we can get him down, then we're set. But that's a problem for tomorrow. For now, I guess I'll just try to think of ways to do that. I don't know. 16.66 minutes? Yeah, that's about 15. But yeah, bye everyone. That's 2 hard mode bosses down. The twins and the destroyer.